Welcome to Gaslight Dreams, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know where you're listening from. Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now, it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair, close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. On the banks of the Thames, when the fog rolls in thick and cold, a painter appears. He sets up his easel in the mist and paints things no one else can see. For 30 years, people have called him mad. But the truth is far stranger. He paints the dead, those who linger in the fog, waiting for one final portrait before they can rest. And tonight, someone from his own past has appeared in the mist. The fog came in slowly that December morning, creeping up from the Thames like something alive. It moved in tendrils and waves, thick and grey, swallowing the embankment one lamppost at a time. By 6 o'clock, you couldn't see more than 10 feet ahead. The gas lamps burned uselessly, their yellow light absorbed by the endless grey. The air tasted of coal smoke and river water, cold and damp, clinging to skin and clothes. William Ashford stood at the water's edge, waiting. He was 68 years old, though he looked older. His back was bent, not from age but from decades of hunching over canvases. His hair was completely white, long and unkempt, falling past his collar. His beard was the same, white and wild, never properly trimmed. His hands were stained with paint that never quite washed out. Blues and greys under his fingernails, yellows and whites in the creases of his palms. He wore the same clothes he always wore, a long dark coat, patched and repatched, a wool scarf wrapped 3 times around his neck, and a hat that had lost its shape years ago. He carried his easel under one arm, his paint box in the other hand. The easel was old, the wood darkened by weather and use. One leg slightly shorter than the others, so it always wobbled unless he wedged a stone underneath. The paint box was heavy, filled with tubes and brushes and rags, all jumbled together. He'd carried these things to this same spot hundreds of times, maybe thousands. He knew every crack in the pavement, every uneven stone, every place where the embankment dipped toward the water. He set up slowly, carefully. His fingers were stiff in the cold, and it took longer than it used to. The easel went up first, positioned just so, facing the river. Then the canvas, a fresh one today, stretched tight on its frame. Then the paint box opened, tubes squeezed onto the palette, brushes selected and held ready. Everything had its place, its order. Ritual was important. He'd learned that long ago. People passed behind him on the embankment. Not many, not this early, not in fog like this, but a few. Workers heading to the docks, a policeman on his rounds, a woman with a basket, probably heading to market. They all saw him. They always did. And they all looked away quickly, uncomfortable, as if witnessing something they shouldn't. "Mad old painter," someone muttered. He heard it. He always heard it. He didn't turn around. He'd stopped turning around years ago. Painting ghosts again. Another voice. Younger. Mocking. Footsteps hurried away. Nervous laughter fading into the fog. William didn't respond. He never did. What would be the point? They wouldn't understand. They couldn't see what he saw. The fog, to them, was just fog. Cold, inconvenient, maybe dangerous if you weren't careful near the water. But to William, the fog was a doorway, a threshold, a place where the world grew thin. He waited, brush in hand, eyes on the mist. Minutes passed. 5, 10, 15. The fog shifted and moved, but revealed nothing. Sometimes it was like this. Sometimes they didn't come. Sometimes the fog was just fog, but not often. Not when it was this thick. Not when it moved like this, with purpose, with weight. And then he saw her. She appeared slowly, as they always did, forming out of the mist as if the mist itself were becoming solid. At first just a shape, a suggestion of a figure, then more distinct. A young woman, perhaps 25, in a long dress, pale blue or maybe grey. It was hard to tell in the fog. Her hair was dark, hanging wet and limp around her face. Her skin was white, too white, with a faint translucence, as if light passed through her rather than reflecting off her. Her eyes were open, staring, not at William but past him, at something far away. She stood at the water's edge, 10 feet from where William had set up his easel. She didn't move. She never did, not much, just stood there, waiting, lost. William's heart ached as it always did, every time, 30 years, and it never got easier. But he picked up his brush. He mixed his colours, greys and whites for the fog, pale blues for her dress, a touch of yellow for her hair, which had probably been blonde once, before the water. He worked quickly, but carefully. His hands knew what to do. They'd done this so many times. He painted her figure first, the basic shape, the posture, slumped, defeated. Then the details, the folds of the dress, the way it clung to her, still wet. The hands, hanging at her sides, fingers slightly curled. The face, that was always the hardest. The face, he had to get it right. He had to capture not just what she looked like, but who she was, or who she had been. He studied her as he worked. She didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there, patient, eternal. He painted her eyes, large and sad, the colour impossible to determine in the fog, but he chose grey, a soft grey, like the mist itself. He painted her mouth, slightly open, as if she'd been about to say something when it happened, whatever it had been. Drowning, probably. Most of them drowned. The Thames took so many. Time passed. He didn't know how long. Minutes, an hour. Time moved strangely when he was painting. The fog remained thick, unchanging. The woman remained still. And slowly the painting came together. A portrait, a memory, a farewell. When he was finished, he set down his brush. He looked at the canvas, then at the woman. They matched now. She existed in 2 places, in the fog and on the canvas. He'd captured her, preserved her, remembered her. The woman's eyes shifted. For the first time, she looked at him, directly at him. And for just a moment, a flicker of something crossed her face. Recognition, relief, gratitude. Her lips moved, forming words he couldn't hear. But he knew what she was saying. He always knew. Thank you. And then she smiled. Just a little. Just enough. And the fog around her brightened, turning from grey to white to gold to something that wasn't quite light but was close. And she turned, slowly, and walked into that brightness, and disappeared. William stood there, brush dripping paint onto the stones at his feet. His eyes were wet. They always were, after. He wiped them with the back of his hand, smearing paint across his cheek, not caring. Another one, Another soul released. Another portrait added to the collection. He began to pack up. The canvas would need to dry, but he'd take it home wet if he had to. He'd done it before. He cleaned his brushes in the river water, swishing them around, watching the colours swirl and dissipate. He scraped his palette clean. He folded the easel, everything back in its place. Behind him, the fog was lifting. It always did, after, as if it had accomplished what it came for. The embankment began to emerge, stones and lampposts and the vague shapes of buildings across the river. The morning was getting lighter. Soon there would be more people, more traffic, the day beginning in earnest. William picked up his things and started walking. Home, to the small room he rented in Southwark, where walls were covered with paintings just like this one, where hundreds of faces stared out from canvases, all of them painted in fog, all of them gone now, released, at rest. He walked slowly, the easel awkward under his arm, the wet canvas held carefully so as not to smudge. People moved out of his way, they always did, the mad old painter carrying his ghost pictures. Best to avoid him, best not to look too closely. But William didn't mind. He'd stopped minding a long time ago. He had work to do, important work, the most important work in the world, even if no one else understood it. He painted the dead so they could rest. He gave them one final moment of being seen, being remembered, being real, and then he let them go. William Ashford had not always been the mad painter of Southwark. Once, a very long time ago, he had been a child like any other, born in 1817 to a modest family in Clerkenwell. His father had been a clerk in a law office, his mother a seamstress who took in work to supplement the family income. They lived in 3 small rooms above a chandler's shop, and though they were not wealthy, they were comfortable enough. William had been the youngest of 4 children, with 2 older brothers and a sister. His brothers had followed their father into clerical work, steady and practical. His sister had married young and moved to Kent. But William had been different from the start. He'd been a quiet child, prone to staring at things for long periods, a wall, a window, a face. His mother had worried he was slow, but his father had noticed something else. The boy was seeing things, really seeing them in a way most people didn't. When William was 7, his father brought home a set of drawing pencils and a sheaf of cheap paper. "Try this," he'd said, handing them to William. And William had tried. He'd drawn the view from their window, the narrow street below, the buildings opposite, the people passing by. The drawing had been crude, childish, but there was something there, a sense of perspective, of light and shadow, of life. His father had encouraged him. His mother had been sceptical. Art was not a profession, not for people like them, but his father had insisted. The boy had a gift. It should not be wasted. And so William had drawn. Every spare moment, every scrap of paper he could find. He drew his family, their rooms, the street outside. He drew the market, the river, the churches. He drew everything he saw, trying to capture it, to hold it still, to understand it. When he was 14, his father had found him an apprenticeship with a sign painter in Holborn. It was not fine art, but it was a start, a way to learn technique, to understand paints and brushes and surfaces. William had spent 5 years with the sign painter, lettering shop fronts and tavern signs, learning how to mix colours, how to achieve certain effects, how to make paint do what you wanted it to do. But in his spare time, he painted portraits. He'd set up a small easel in the corner of the workshop and convince people to sit for him. Other apprentices, customers, anyone who would hold still for an hour. He charged nothing. He just wanted the practice, the experience of capturing a human face, of seeing past the surface to the person underneath. By the time he was 20, William had saved enough money to rent a tiny studio of his own. It was barely more than a closet, with one north-facing window and space for an easel and a stool. But it was his. He painted signs during the day to pay the rent, and painted portraits in the evenings and on Sundays. Slowly, he began to build a reputation. Nothing grand, nothing that would make him famous, but enough. Enough that people began to seek him out, to pay him small sums for portraits of themselves or their families. He was 28 when he met Eleanor. She had come to his studio on a grey afternoon in March, sent by a friend who'd had her portrait done. Eleanor Marsh was 26, unmarried, which was unusual for a woman her age. She worked as a governess for a family in Bloomsbury, teaching their 3 daughters music and French. She had a small income of her own, left to her by an aunt, which gave her a degree of independence rare for women of her class. She wanted a portrait, she told William. Not for anyone else, just for herself. A record of who she was at this moment in her life. William had been struck by her immediately. Not by her beauty, though she was pretty in a quiet way, but by her directness, her intelligence, the way she looked at the world with clear, assessing eyes. He'd painted her over the course of 3 sittings. She'd come to the studio in the afternoons, when the light was best, and sat in the chair by the window while he worked. They talked as he painted. About art, about music, about books they'd read. Eleanor was well educated, more so than William, and she challenged him, made him think, made him see things differently. When the portrait was finished, Eleanor had looked at it for a long time. "You see me," she'd said finally. "Really see me. Most people don't." "I try," William had said. "You succeed." She'd paid him, thanked him, and left. William had thought that was the end of it, but 2 weeks later, she'd returned. Not for another portrait, but just to talk. And she'd kept coming back, once a week, then twice. And somewhere in those conversations, those afternoons in the small studio with the north light, they'd fallen in love. They were married 6 months later, in a small ceremony at Street Luke's in Clerkenwell. William's family had come, though his mother had worried that Eleanor was too old, too independent, too educated for a sign painter's son. But his father had approved. "She makes you better," he'd told William. "That's all that matters." They'd rented a small house in Clerkenwell, 3 rooms on the ground floor with a yard in the back. William had converted one room into a proper studio with good light and space for multiple canvases. His portrait business had grown. Eleanor had helped, managing the accounts, scheduling sittings, even suggesting improvements to his technique. They'd been happy, genuinely, deeply happy. Margaret had been born 2 years later, in 1847. A healthy baby girl with Eleanor's dark hair and William's grey eyes. They'd named her after William's sister, and she'd been the centre of their world. William had sketched her constantly, dozens of drawings of Margaret as a baby, as a toddler, as a young child. Eleanor had teased him about it, but she'd kept every drawing, storing them carefully in a portfolio. Those had been good years, the best years. William's work had been steady, they'd had enough money to be comfortable, and they'd had each other. Margaret had grown into a bright, curious child, always asking questions, always wanting to know how things worked. William had taught her to draw, giving her pencils and paper and showing her how to see, how to capture what was in front of her. Eleanor had taught her to read and play the piano. There'd been a family, complete and content. And then the cholera had come. The summer of 1854 had been hot and dry. The Thames had been lower than usual, the water stagnant and foul. The streets had smelled of rotting garbage and human waste. And then, in late August, people had started getting sick. It had started in Soho, near the Broad Street pump. Whole families falling ill within hours, dying within days. The disease spread quickly, moving through the crowded neighbourhoods like fire through dry grass. Clerkenwell had been hit hard. Every day, William had heard of someone new falling sick. A neighbour, a shopkeeper, a child from Margaret's school. He'd been terrified. He'd kept Margaret home, wouldn't let her go outside. He'd made Eleanor boil all their water, even for washing. He'd avoided crowds, avoided the sick, tried to create a barrier between his family and the disease ravaging the city. But it hadn't been enough. Eleanor had gotten sick first, in early September. She'd woken one morning complaining of stomach pains. By afternoon, she'd been vomiting, unable to keep anything down. By evening, she'd been burning with fever, delirious, crying out for water that her body couldn't hold. William had called the doctor, but there was nothing to be done. The doctor had seen dozens of cases just like hers. Some survived, most didn't. All anyone could do was wait. William had sat beside Eleanor's bed for 2 days, holding her hand, wiping her forehead with cool cloths, trying to get her to drink. Margaret had hovered in the doorway, frightened, not understanding why her mother wouldn't get up, why she looked so sick, so pale. On the 3rd day, Eleanor had died. She'd simply stopped breathing, her hand going limp in William's. One moment she'd been there, struggling, fighting, and the next she'd been gone, just gone. Her body still warm but empty, the person who'd been Eleanor simply no longer present. William had sat there for hours, holding her hand, unable to accept it, unable to let go. Margaret had finally come into the room, climbed onto the bed, and curled up next to her mother, crying silently. And William had gathered them both into his arms, his dead wife and his living daughter, and wept. They'd buried Eleanor 3 days later in a common grave at Abney Park Cemetery. There were so many dead from the cholera that individual graves were impossible. They'd lowered her coffin into a pit with 20 others, covered them all with lime and earth. William had stood at the graveside with Margaret, both of them in black, both of them hollow, and watched the dirt cover his wife. Margaret had been 8 years old, too young to lose her mother, too young to understand that she was never coming back. She'd kept asking when Mama would come home, when they would see her again, and William hadn't known what to say. He'd told her that Mama was in heaven, that she was at peace, that she was watching over them, but the words had felt empty, meaningless. In the weeks after Eleanor's death, William had tried to carry on. He'd tried to work, to paint, to maintain some semblance of normal life for Margaret's sake, but he couldn't. Every time he picked up a brush, all he could think about was Eleanor. Every canvas reminded him of the portrait he'd painted of her when they first met, the way she'd looked at him, the way she'd said, "You see me." He'd stopped taking commissions, stopped painting altogether. He'd sit in the studio and stare at blank canvases, unable to begin, unable to find any reason to try. The money had run out quickly. He'd had some savings, but not much, and with no income, it had disappeared fast. He'd sold paintings, sold furniture, sold everything that wasn't essential. Margaret had tried to help. She'd been so young, but she'd tried. She'd learned to cook simple meals, to keep the house clean, to take care of her father when he couldn't take care of himself. She'd been a child raising a parent, and it had been too much for her. 6 months after Eleanor's death, they'd moved out of the house. They couldn't afford the rent anymore. They'd taken a single room in a boarding house in Southwark, on the south side of the river. It was cheap, cramped, dark. One room with 2 narrow beds, a small table, a stove, no studio. No space, no light. William had taken whatever work he could find, sign painting, mostly. Quick jobs that paid enough to keep them fed and housed but left him exhausted and empty. Margaret had grown quiet. She'd stopped asking about her mother, stopped drawing, stopped being a child. She'd become serious, responsible, burdened with worries no 8-year-old should have. And William had seen it happening but hadn't known how to stop it. He'd been drowning in his own grief, barely able to function, let alone help his daughter through hers. And then, 3 months later, he'd seen Eleanor in the fog. It had been early morning, before dawn. William hadn't been able to sleep. He'd gotten up, left Margaret sleeping, and walked out into the cold. He'd ended up at the Thames, at Southwark Bridge, standing at the water's edge, staring into the fog that had rolled in overnight. And there she'd been, Eleanor, standing in the mist, wearing the white dress she'd been buried in, her hair loose around her shoulders. She'd been looking at him with those clear, intelligent eyes, and for a moment William had thought he'd truly gone mad. He'd tried to speak, but couldn't. He'd tried to move, but his legs wouldn't work. He'd just stood there, staring as Eleanor stood in the fog and looked back at him. And slowly he'd understood. This was Eleanor, but not Eleanor. This was her spirit, her ghost, some part of her that hadn't moved on, and she needed something. She needed to be remembered, to be seen, one last time. William had run home, grabbed his painting supplies, run back to the river. She'd still been there, waiting, and he'd painted her, right there on the embankment, in the freezing cold, with shaking hands and tears streaming down his face. He'd painted Eleanor as she'd been in life, as he remembered her, as he would always see her. And when the painting was done, Eleanor had smiled. She'd mouthed the words "thank you," and then she'd turned and walked into a light that seemed to come from nowhere, a warm golden light that had nothing to do with the grey morning, and she'd disappeared. William had gone home in a daze. He'd looked at the painting, at Eleanor's face captured on canvas, and he'd felt something shift inside him. The grief was still there, the loss, the pain, but there was something else now too. Peace, resolution. He'd said goodbye. Finally, properly said goodbye. He'd slept that night for the first time in months. And when he'd woken, he'd felt different. Not healed, but less broken. As if some essential piece of himself had been returned. A week later, the fog had come again. And there'd been someone else in it. Not Eleanor. Someone else. An old man in ragged clothes, standing at the water's edge, staring down at the black water with empty eyes. William had painted him. And when the painting was done, the old man had looked at him, nodded once, and walked into the light. After that, it had kept happening. Every fog, someone new. A woman, a child, a sailor, a washerwoman, all of them dead. All of them trapped in the fog, unable to move on, waiting for something, waiting to be seen, to be remembered, to be given one final moment of existence before letting go. William had painted them all. He couldn't stop. It felt like a calling, a purpose, the first thing that had made sense since Eleanor died. He was helping them. These lost souls, these forgotten dead, he was giving them what they needed, and in return, they were giving him a reason to keep living. Margaret hadn't understood. She'd been 9 years old by then, nearly 10, old enough to notice that her father was spending every foggy morning at the river painting people who weren't there. She'd asked him about it once, carefully, worried. "Who are you painting, Papa?" "People who need to be remembered," he'd said. "But there's no one there. You can't see them, but I can. They're there, Margaret. They're lost, and I'm helping them find their way." Margaret had looked at him with fear in her eyes. Fear that her father had gone mad, that she was going to lose him the way she'd lost her mother. And from that moment, something had changed between them. Margaret had pulled away, become more distant, more independent, and William, absorbed in his work with the ghosts, hadn't noticed until it was too late. The years had passed. William had continued painting the dead. His collection had grown, dozens of paintings, then hundreds. He'd hung them in their single room, covering every inch of wall space. Margaret had grown up surrounded by the faces of ghosts, by her father's obsession. She'd gone to school when they could afford it. She'd learned to sew, to do laundry, to work in shops. She'd become self-sufficient, practical, hardened by necessity. And she'd become ashamed of her father, the mad painter, the man who talked to fog, the embarrassment. By the time Margaret was 16, she barely spoke to William. They lived in the same room, but existed in different worlds. William spent his days painting signs for money, and his mornings painting ghosts. Margaret worked as a seamstress, saved every penny, and dreamed of escape. When she turned 18, she'd left. She'd packed her few belongings, told William she was moving in with her aunt, Eleanor's sister, who lived in Whitechapel. She'd told him she couldn't live like this anymore, surrounded by death, by madness, by poverty. She needed a normal life. She deserved a normal life. William had understood. He hadn't tried to stop her. He'd watched her walk out the door and felt the loss like a physical thing, like another death. But he'd let her go. What else could he do? He couldn't be what she needed. He couldn't be a normal father. Not anymore. The ghosts needed him. The work needed him. He'd thought she'd come back eventually, that she'd visit, that they'd find a way to rebuild their relationship. But months had passed, then a year, and Margaret hadn't come. He'd heard through acquaintances that she was working in a factory, that she was doing well, that she'd told people her father was dead. That had hurt more than anything, to be erased from her life, to be pretended away. But William had accepted it. If it made Margaret's life easier to say he was dead, then so be it. He was dead to her. The father she'd needed, the father she deserved. That man had died with Eleanor. What was left was just a shell, a ghost himself, painting other ghosts. And then, 5 years later, Margaret had died. William had heard about it from the landlady. A girl matching Margaret's description had drowned in the Thames near Blackfriars Bridge. She'd been crossing during a storm, slipped on the wet stones, fallen in. The current had carried her downstream. They'd found her body 3 days later, caught in the pilings under Southwark Bridge. William had gone to identify the body. It had been Margaret, 23 years old, pale and cold, her dark hair matted with river water. She'd looked so young, so small, still his little girl, despite everything. He'd claimed her body. He'd paid for a funeral, spending the last of his savings. He'd buried her next to where Eleanor was buried, or as close as he could manage. They'd been together in life. They should be together in death. And then he'd gone to the river and waited for Margaret to appear in the fog. But she hadn't come. Days passed, weeks, months. William went to the Thames every morning, set up his easel, waited for the fog to bring her to him. But it never did. Other ghosts came. He painted them, released them. But Margaret didn't come. He'd started to wonder if maybe she'd found peace on her own, if maybe she hadn't needed him, hadn't wanted his help, or maybe she was lost somewhere else, somewhere he couldn't reach. Or maybe, and this thought tormented him, maybe she was trapped in the fog and he simply couldn't see her. Maybe his grief, his guilt, his failures as a father had blinded him to her presence. Years had passed. 5 years, 10, 20. William had kept painting the dead, kept hoping, kept searching. Every face in the fog he'd look at carefully, desperately, praying it would be Margaret, but it never was. And now, 30 years after her death, he'd given up hope. He was 68 years old. His hands shook, his eyes were failing. He wouldn't live much longer. And he would die without having helped his daughter find peace, without having seen her one last time, without having said the things he should have said when she was alive. That guilt, that failure, it weighed on him more than all the ghosts he'd helped. Margaret should have been the first. She should have mattered most. But instead, he'd painted hundreds of strangers while his own daughter remained lost. Thomas Bellamy had known William for nearly 20 years now, and in that time he'd heard the whole story. William had told him one night, years ago, when they'd both had too much brandy and the words had come pouring out, the story of Eleanor, of Margaret, of the gift that was also a curse. Thomas had listened without judgment, without skepticism. He'd just listened, and since then, Thomas had been William's anchor to the world of the living, the one person who knew the truth and didn't turn away. Thomas's bookshop on Long Lane was a refuge for William. It was warm, quiet, filled with words and ideas and the comforting smell of old paper. Thomas had a room in the back where they could sit and talk away from customers and prying eyes. They met there regularly, once a week if the weather was good, less often in winter. On a cold afternoon in early December 1885, William stopped by the shop. He'd had a productive morning despite the cold. The fog had been thick. A young woman had appeared, a servant girl judging by her clothes. He'd painted her carefully, released her, watched her walk into the light. But he was tired now, bone-tired, and his hands ached from holding the brush. Thomas looked up from behind the counter when William entered. "Ah, William, good timing. I just made tea." They went to the back room. Thomas poured tea from a chipped pot into 2 cups, handed one to William. They sat in their usual chairs, worn armchairs that had seen better days but were comfortable in that broken-in way. "Successful morning?" Thomas asked. "Yes, a young woman. Couldn't have been more than 20. Drowned? I believe so. Most of them are." They sat in silence for a while, sipping tea. Thomas had learned not to press William for details. The man would talk when he was ready. Finally, William spoke. "Thomas, how long have we known each other?" "Nearly 20 years now." "Why?" "I've been thinking about what happens after, when I'm gone." Thomas looked at him carefully. "You're not dying, William. You're just tired. I'm 68 years old. I'm dying. Maybe not today, maybe not this year, but soon. And I've been wondering, what happens to all those paintings? The hundreds of portraits in my room. What becomes of them?" Thomas had thought about this too. He'd seen the collection, been overwhelmed by it. All those faces, all those stories. You could donate them to a museum or a church. Somewhere they'd be preserved. William shook his head. "They wouldn't understand. They'd think they were just paintings of random people. They wouldn't know that each one is a soul I helped release. Each one is someone who couldn't rest until they were seen one last time. Then we'll make sure people know. We'll write it down. Document each painting, each story. But who would believe it? Who would care? William's voice was heavy with exhaustion. I've spent 30 years painting the dead, Thomas. And what do I have to show for it? A room full of paintings no one wants, a reputation as a madman, and a daughter I failed to save. Thomas leaned forward. You didn't fail, Margaret. William, I did. She needed a father, and I gave her a ghost hunter. She needed stability, and I gave her poverty and shame. And when she died, when she needed me most, I couldn't see her. I can see hundreds of strangers, but I can't see my own daughter. Maybe that's not how it works. Maybe she didn't need to be painted. Maybe she found her own peace. Or maybe I failed her so completely in life that even in death I'm useless to her. William's hands were shaking. He set down his teacup before he spilled it. I'm tired, Thomas. I'm so tired. Tired of painting the dead. Tired of waiting for Margaret. Tired of living. Thomas was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, what if Margaret is waiting for you to stop waiting for her? What if she's been there all along, but you've been so focused on finding her that you haven't noticed? William looked up sharply. What do you mean? I mean, you go to the river every morning, looking for Margaret, painting everyone else, hoping she'll be next. But what if she's not in front of you? What if she's behind you? What if she's been watching you help all those other souls, waiting for you to turn around and see her? The thought hit William like a blow. Could it be possible? Had Margaret been there all along, just outside his field of vision, while he stared desperately into the fog, searching for her? How would I know? William asked. How would I see her if I've been looking in the wrong direction? Stop looking, Thomas said simply. Stop searching. Just be open to her coming when she's ready. You can't force it, William. You've helped hundreds of souls find peace. Maybe it's time to trust that Margaret will find her way to you when the time is right. William wanted to believe that. But after 30 years of hoping, of waiting, of searching, it was hard to let go. And if she never comes? If I die without seeing her? Then you die, knowing you did everything you could. You helped hundreds of people, William. That matters. Even if Margaret never appears, what you've done matters. William nodded slowly. He knew Thomas was trying to comfort him, trying to give him permission to let go of the guilt. But the guilt was so much a part of him now that he didn't know how to exist without it. They finished their tea in silence. Before William left, Thomas gave him a book, a collection of poems by Tennyson. Read the one about crossing the bar, Thomas said. I think it might speak to you. William took the book, thanked Thomas, and walked home through the cold streets. That night, in his small room surrounded by the painted faces of the dead, he read the poem. Sunset and evening star, and one clear call for me, and may there be no moaning of the bar when I put out to sea. It was about death, about crossing over, about moving from this world to the next. And it was beautiful, peaceful, accepting. William wondered if he could ever feel that way, if he could ever face his own death with such calm grace. He looked around at the paintings covering his walls. So many faces, so many souls released. He'd done good work, he knew that. Important work, but it wasn't enough. It would never be enough, not without Margaret. He lay down on his narrow bed, still dressed, too tired to change. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in 30 years, he prayed. Not to God exactly, he wasn't sure he believed in God anymore, but to Eleanor, to Margaret, to whoever or whatever governed the space between life and death. "Let me see her," he whispered into the darkness. "Please, just once. Let me see my daughter. Let me help her. Let me make amends. That's all I ask. Then I can rest." The room was silent. The painted faces stared at him from the walls, and William fell asleep, hoping that tomorrow, finally, would be the day. The fog came thick the next morning, thicker than William had seen in years. It rolled in before dawn, turning the city into a grey ghost of itself. William woke to the sound of fog horns on the river, low and mournful, and he knew today was different. Today something was going to happen. He dressed quickly, fingers fumbling with buttons, breath clouding in the cold room. He gathered his painting supplies, checked that he had enough paint, enough brushes. Everything had to be ready. He couldn't miss this chance, whatever it was. The walk to the river took longer than usual. The fog was disorienting, turning familiar streets strange. William had to feel his way along, using walls and fences as guides. But he found the embankment, found his usual spot near Southwark Bridge, and set up his easel. The fog was so thick he could barely see the water. Sound was muffled, distant. He was alone in a grey world, suspended between earth and sky. He positioned his canvas, prepared his paints, and waited. Minutes passed. The fog shifted and swirled, but revealed nothing. William's heart was pounding. He felt nervous in a way he hadn't in years. Something was coming. Someone was coming. He could feel it in the air, in the weight of the fog itself. And then he saw her, not at the water's edge, where they usually appeared, behind him, standing on the embankment, halfway between his easel and the street. A girl, young, 15, maybe 16, dark hair, a simple dress. She stood with her back to him, head bowed, shoulders hunched. William turned slowly, his breath caught. He knew that posture. He'd seen it 1,000 times, in his memory, in his dreams. "Margaret," he whispered. The girl turned, and it was her, Margaret, but young, so young. The way she'd looked at 15, before the hardness had set in, before the distance and the shame. She looked at him with large, sad eyes, and William felt his heart break all over again. "Papa," she said. Her voice was faint, like wind through leaves. "I've been here the whole time." William couldn't move, couldn't speak. Tears were streaming down his face. Margaret, his daughter, finally, after 30 years, finally. "I looked for you," he managed to say. "Every day, every fog. I wanted to help you. I wanted to paint you, to release you. I know." Margaret's voice was impossibly sad. "I was here, every time, standing behind you, watching you paint other people, waiting for you to turn around, waiting for you to see me." The words hit William like blows. "What? No, you weren't there. I would have seen you. You were looking in the wrong direction, Papa. You were so focused on the water, on the fog in front of you, on finding me among the other ghosts, that you never saw me standing right behind you." William staggered. He would have fallen if he hadn't grabbed his easel for support. "I don't understand. Why couldn't I see you?" "Because you were looking for a ghost, for someone lost and trapped and desperate. But I wasn't lost, Papa. I was right here. I've been right here for 30 years, watching you help, stranger after stranger, painting their portraits, releasing them, while I stood behind you, waiting." "But why? Why did you wait? Why didn't you make me see you?" Margaret took a step toward him. Her form was translucent, the fog visible through her. "Because I needed to know, Papa. I needed to know if you would ever turn around. If you would ever stop looking for me out there and realize I was right here. I needed to know if I mattered more than the work. If your daughter mattered more than the hundreds of strangers. William fell to his knees on the cold stones. Oh God, Margaret, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You mattered most. You always mattered most. I just didn't know how to show it. I didn't know how to be a father after your mother died. I failed you in life and I failed you in death. Margaret came closer. She knelt in front of him, her ghostly form barely there in the thick fog. I know, Papa. I know you failed me. I was angry for so long. Angry that you chose the ghosts over me. Angry that you couldn't see me even after I died. But I'm not angry anymore. I'm just tired. Tired of waiting. Tired of standing in the fog while you look past me. What can I do? William asked. How can I make it right? Paint me, Margaret said simply. See me. Really see me. Not the ghost you've been searching for, not the lost soul you want to save, but me, your daughter. The girl who loved you even when she was ashamed of you. The girl who needed you to turn around. William looked at her, really looked, and for the first time in 30 years he saw her. Not his guilt, not his failure, not the weight of everything he'd done wrong, but Margaret herself. The daughter who'd tried to take care of him after Eleanor died. The child who'd grown up too fast. The young woman who'd been so desperate for normalcy that she'd denied his existence. I see you, he said. Margaret, I see you, and I love you. I never stopped loving you. Margaret smiled. It was a small smile, but real. Then paint me, Papa. One last portrait, so I can finally rest, so we can both rest. William stood. His legs shook, but they held. He went to his easel, picked up his brush with trembling hands. He positioned a fresh canvas, prepared his paints, and then he looked at his daughter and began to paint. He painted her as he remembered her best, aged 10, before everything had gone wrong. When Eleanor was still alive and their family was whole. He painted Margaret smiling, the way she used to smile when he brought home sweets from the market. He painted her eyes bright with curiosity, the way they'd been when he taught her to draw. He painted her in a dress Eleanor had made, blue with white flowers, Margaret's favourite. He painted for an hour, maybe more. The fog stayed thick. Margaret stood patiently, that small smile on her face, watching him work, and slowly the portrait took shape. His daughter, his beautiful, lost daughter. When he finished, he set down his brush. He looked at the canvas, then at Margaret. They matched. She existed in both places now, remembered, seen, loved. It's beautiful, Papa, Margaret said. Her voice was stronger now, clearer. You still paint beautifully. I learned from the best, William said. Your mother taught me to see beyond the surface, to paint the person, not just the face. She's here, you know, Margaret said. Mama, she's been here the whole time too, watching over you, guiding the other ghosts to you, making sure you could do your work. Eleanor, William whispered. Where? Everywhere, Margaret said. In the fog, in the light. She never left you, Papa. She's been here every single day, waiting for you to be ready. Ready for what? To join us, Margaret said. And in the fog behind her, another figure appeared, older, beloved, with kind eyes and dark hair, and that gentle smile William had fallen in love with 45 years ago. Eleanor, she stepped forward out of the mist, solid and real, looking exactly as she had the day they married. Young, beautiful, full of life. She looked at William with such love, such patience, such forgiveness that he couldn't breathe. "William," she said, and her voice was music. "It's time, my love. You've done enough. You've helped so many, but now it's time to come home." William looked at his wife, at his daughter, at the two people he'd loved most in the world, and he felt something loosen in his chest, something that had been tight and hard for 30 years. "I'm tired," he said. "So tired." "I know," Eleanor said. "But you can rest now. We'll all rest together." "But the work," William said. "The ghosts, they still need help." "Other people will help them," Eleanor said. "The world is full of people with gifts like yours, people who can see beyond the veil. They'll do the work. You've done your part." William looked back at his easel, at the painting of Margaret. Then he looked around at the fog, at the embankment, at the river that had been his workplace for 3 decades. "I don't want to leave them, the ones who are still trapped, still waiting." "You're not leaving them," Margaret said. "You're leaving the work. There's a difference. You've earned your rest, Papa. You've more than earned it." William felt tears on his face. "Will it hurt? Dying?" Eleanor smiled. "You're already dying, my love. You've been dying for years. This is just the final step, the moment when you stop fighting and let go." William thought about that. He thought about his tired body, his aching hands, his failing eyes. He thought about his small room with its walls of painted ghosts. He thought about the years of loneliness, of guilt, of endless work. And he realized Eleanor was right. He'd been dying for a long time. This was just the end. "What happens next?" he asked. "We walk into the light," Eleanor said. "Together, all 3 of us. The way we should have been all along." William looked at his wife and daughter, at the 2 people who'd shaped his entire life, and he made his choice. He put down his brush. He stepped away from the easel. He walked toward them, slowly, his feet unsteady on the stones. Margaret reached out her hand. "Come on, Papa." Eleanor reached out too. "Come home, William." William took their hands. They were warm, solid, real. The fog around them began to glow, growing brighter, warmer, more golden. He looked back one last time, at the easel, at the painting of Margaret, at the riverbank where he'd spent so much of his life, and then he turned away. He looked at his wife and daughter, and he smiled. "Let's go home," he said. They walked forward together, into the light. The fog wrapped around them, held them, carried them, and they disappeared, the 3 of them, leaving behind only an easel, a painting, and a life's work of portraits of the dead. Thomas Bellamy found the easel 3 days later. He'd gone to check on William when he hadn't come to the shop for a week. He'd searched William's room first, found it empty. Then he'd gone to the river, to the spot where William always worked, and there it was. The easel, still set up, a painting on it, a young girl, smiling, and William's coat and hat folded neatly beside it, as if he'd simply taken them off and walked away. Thomas stood there for a long time, looking at the painting, at the abandoned supplies, at the empty embankment. He knew what had happened. William had finally found what he'd been searching for, and he'd left with it. Thomas took the easel, the painting, the coat. He went back to William's room and gathered all the paintings, every single one, hundreds of them, covering every surface. He hired a cart, loaded them carefully, brought them to his bookshop. Over the next few months, Thomas arranged an exhibition. He found a small gallery in Bloomsbury willing to show William's work. He titled the exhibition The Fog Painter, Portraits of Lost Souls. He wrote a catalogue entry explaining who William had been, what he'd believed, why he'd painted the dead. The exhibition opened on a foggy day in March 1886. It was not popular. Most people didn't understand. They looked at the sad faces, the fog-shrouded figures, and walked away confused or disturbed. Critics called it morbid, obsessive, the work of a deranged mind. But some people understood. Some people came and stood in front of the paintings and wept. Some recognized faces, saw family members who'd drowned, friends who'd died, loved ones lost to the river. And they felt something. Looking at those portraits, they felt witnessed, remembered, connected to something larger than grief. One woman came every day for a week. She was old, bent with age, and she stood in front of one painting in particular. A young man, maybe 25, in sailor's clothes. On the last day, she spoke to Thomas. "That's my son," she said. "He drowned 50 years ago. I never knew what happened to him after. But this shows me he found peace. This shows me someone cared enough to remember him. Thank you." Thomas didn't correct her. He just nodded and let her believe. The exhibition ran for 6 weeks. When it closed, Thomas kept the paintings. He hung some in his shop. He gave some to people who needed them, who saw loved ones in the faces. He stored the rest carefully, wrapped in cloth, preserved for the future. And on foggy mornings, Thomas would sometimes walk to the Thames, to the spot where William had worked. He'd stand there and look at the fog and think about his friend, about the man who'd spent 30 years painting the dead, about the gift that had been both blessing and curse. One morning, the fog was particularly thick. Thomas stood at the embankment, looking out over the water, and he thought he saw something. 3 figures in the mist. A man, a woman, a girl. They seemed to glow faintly, as if lit from within. They stood together, holding hands, looking at him. And then the man raised his hand in a wave, a farewell, or maybe a greeting, and the 3 figures turned and walked into the fog, growing fainter, more transparent, until they were gone. Thomas stood there for a long time. Then he smiled. William had found them, or they'd found him. Either way, they were together now, a family reunited, at peace. Thomas walked home, leaving the river behind, but he carried with him the paintings, the memories, and the certainty that love transcends death, that some bonds can't be broken, even by time, even by loss, and that art, true art, is the bridge between worlds, the language of souls, the final gift we leave behind. Thank you for listening to Gaslight Dreams. I hope this story has brought you comfort and carried you toward peaceful sleep. Remember, the greatest art comes from the deepest places in the human heart. What we create in love endures long after we're gone, and sometimes the fog holds not just water and cold, but second chances and forgiveness and the long-awaited reunion of those who never stopped loving each other. Good night, sweet dreams, and may all your ghosts find peace, and may you find peace with them.